has not only won all 4 previous encounters, won in the second round in China in 2 straight games, but it was close, 22-20, 21-19.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. We've already seen from the 2 players, they're both quite tall, rangy players and like to use those steep angled cuts. And both of them have already had some success with that in this early stage of this game. Again, they're looking for the angle rather than power on that shot, just misjudging it slightly into the top of the net.
2. Service over. 3-0.
Well, Ian, I was talking about the fact that Yihan missed the All England earlier this year because of a right knee injury, and we can see quite clearly that she's heavily strapped on that right knee. Just trying to protect things. She's been in good form of late, though, as Yihan.
Service over.
Yes, I was in the hotel gym at the same time as she was doing a session yesterday, Jill, and doing a lot of proprioception work on which builds up sort of the articulation in the lower joints, ankles, knees, reinforcing the small muscles around those areas to try and protect the knee joint itself. It's quite interesting. Did a very, very long session. More of a injury prevention session and a rehabilitation session and a traditional preparation for a next day match, I would say.
Oh, that's perfect length. Yep. Deep into the back corner there.
Yeah, good play. Wang Yihan looking to try and bring her base up during that rally, and Korean girl just forcing her back into the rear court all the time, hitting very, very good length. And there we see the steep angles.
Service over.
Wang Yihan, when she can take the shuttle early, does bring the shuttle down not only steeply but very quickly as well, as we saw.
Well, interesting that Wang Yihan pumping that deep forehand corner of the Korean.
Yeah, tactically quite interesting because the Korean obviously wants to go at that round the head corner of Wang Yihan as well, so we're getting some half-court singles rallies at the moment.
Oh, that's nice.
That's what she does so well. Doesn't try and hit that hard, just brings it.
Wang Yihan, the only singles player throughout the OSIM BWF World Superseries of 2011 to win 3 of the 5 premier events.
Oh. Yeah, again, nice variety, nice width, isn't it? You know, she brought the shuttle down steeply to the forehand side twice of Wang Yihan there, then switched the direction across to the backhand.
Service over. 8-7.
Just guilty of forcing the play a little bit there. Wang Yihan hitting a good length. Yeah, again, Ji-hyun probing the rear court.
It's a good rally.
Yeah, much more patient play from Ji-hyun there. Probing the rear court, trying to create space in the forecourt, making Wang Yihan work extremely hard there.
That's always, to me, a little sign that she's nervous. She starts going for these winners on the return of serve. All level.
And again, good use of the full court there. Good length deep into that backhand corner of Wang Yihan. And then switching the direction short across the court to force Wang Yihan to cover the full distance of the diagonal.
Oh, magnificent. What a rally.
Yeah, for a long period of that rally, looked as though Ji-hyun was controlling. Just at the end, yeah, Wang Yihan able to read that cross-court slice and took it really early and whipped it back into that cross-court back corner.
Yeah, well worked rally from Sung Ji-hyun. Well, she's the one who has the advantage at the mid-game interval. Just 1 point in it, though. But I have to say, Ian, I thought there was 1 or 2 little occasions there where Wang Yihan looked very nervous indeed, was having to react so much to what her opponent was throwing at her. And all credit to the
with a lot of confidence from a win last week. Clearly has a tactic to work the rear court corners, create some space in the forecourt for the short angles, and she's played it well so far. But Wang Yihan, often a nervous starter. I'm sure the coaches will be talking to her now about being more patient, not trying to force the play too early in the rally. Play the rallies out with her opponent, use her physical strength.
And of course we should perhaps just explain the format of these Super Series finals in the fact that there's 2 groups of 4 players in each group, and each player plays the other 3 in their group in a round robin contest, and then the top 2 of each group go through to the semi-final stage. So unlike all other Super Series tournaments, there is a second chance, even if you do lose, that you could progress through and even win the tournament.
Yeah, these first matches in pools, though, Jill, are crucial, aren't they? You know, if you lose your first game in a pool format, you're under enormous pressure. And as you say, you have got a second chance, but it does put pressure on if you don't perform in the first one. That's good early net. Ji-hyun there, extending, using a height and a long reach. Extending the arm, taking the shuttle really early, reading the play well. Finding really good touch at the net.
Oh, that's well wide. Almost as if she changed her mind as she was about to play that shot.
Yeah, I think the tactic is not to let Wang Yihan follow the shuttle in from there, so she's trying to hold and flick over the top, but that's twice from that short backhand side. She's lost control of it outside the side of the court.
Of course, Sung Ji-hyun's big breakthrough was at the Korean Open last year when she reached the final. Remember, in the second round she beat Denmark's Tina Baun. I think she was only 18 at the time. That's gone wide as well.
Yeah, seems to be a little bit of a draft that way, doesn't they? A little bit of a drift with the shuttle. Too many shuttles from the Korean perspective going out of the side of the court. Yeah, more patient rally, but also an increased tempo since the coaching break. I think the mid-game interval there looks as though the coaching at the Chinese, from the Chinese coaches, was about increasing the tempo of the rallies a little bit more, playing with a bigger margin. And she's, since the mid-game interval, she's managed to force her opponent into a number of mistakes already.
It was interesting what you were saying earlier, Ian, about Wang Yihan and her gym session yesterday, because, you know, I do think that she's looking probably a lot physically stronger than I've seen her for a while.
Yes. Yep. I was watching very closely in the gym yesterday. I mean, I'm sure she'd had a hitting session in the morning. The afternoon was more about reinforcement. But I have to say, it was very much about protecting the joints and very much a rehabilitation or strengthening session. A lot of concentration around the ankles and the knees, reinforcing all the muscles around those areas.
Oh, that's good. Oh, my word. Well, no wonder she celebrates. Goodness me. I didn't think she was going to even get to it, and then to play a net shot that hit the top of the tape, went over.
No, great agility. Direction, she'd been sent the wrong way, managed to fix, hold, change direction, and that shows the leg strength that she's got. Not only that, the control with the hand at the end of it to find the great precision with the net shot.
Yeah, quite remarkable.
And again, great touch, low down. It was a good shot from the Korean girl. Got Wang Yihan taking the shuttle very late, but she found super touch again.
Yeah, and she was really encroaching in on the net there, wasn't she? She was eager to hunt the shuttle at the front of the court.
Well, that's the danger, isn't it? She brings the base as far forward as she can. In the earlier part of the game, we saw Ji-hyun forcing her to turn and play in the rear court a lot, but as the game's progressed, it's Wang Yihan that's controlling the tactical side of this game. Net court again at the net. She's found some real touch from that short backhand corner in the last few points.
9 of the last 11 points going Wang Yihan's way. And I think your analysis about the mid-game interval and the coaching break and being told to up the pace and up her intensity is exactly what has indeed happened. Yeah. 7 game points. Closes out the opening game at the first opportunity. Wang Yihan, the world champion, the world #1. 21-13 in 19 minutes of play.
만들려 그러면 그걸 좀 차고 나는 동작을 좀 빨리 해가지고 그러고 대각으로 다 기다리고 있어. 왜 직선으로 여기서 직선이 안 돼? 그걸 같이 해줘야 앞에서 판단이 안 되지. 같더라도 중심이 흐트러지가 받게 된다. 계속 그 공식대로만 가니까 알고 있죠.
김문수,
그리고 이 스피드가
Korean coach.
볼 스피드 나오고 몸 움직임이 굉장히 빨라져.
Yeah, unusual to see Korea not having a specialist singles coach here. He's a great doubles specialist, but obviously a good understanding all around. He's been around the game for a long time. Clearly from the body language, he's talking about using those rear two corners, using the rear court, not to let Wang Yihan come forward, because that's when she's been able to take control of the rallies, when she's been able to take the shuttle early in the front court.
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Well, this is where Ji-hyun really has to use her mental discipline. Perhaps a little physically and mentally drained from last week, winning the Korea Grand Prix event. And your game down, slightly tired against the world number one. Mental toughness required.
Yeah, just a little short there, forced to take the defensive backhand. Went for the cross-court backhand clear, but Wang Yihan so quick to get behind the shuttle and bring it down straight.
And immediately the body language of Ji-hyun turning to look at her coach, and that is, to me, is worrying signs for only 2 points into this second game.
Yeah, and it seems to be down that side of the court, doesn't it? It seems to be a slight drift in the hall from left to right as we're looking at it. And she's not really adjusted to that at all. Not giving herself a margin down that line at either end.
Super play from Wang Yihan.
Yeah, she's in full flow now. She's found a good rhythm, found a tactic and a tempo that suits her and not her opponent. Yep, same side again. She's not learning, is she? Needs to give herself more margin, hitting to that side. Shuttle just drifting left to right.
Well, since Wang Yihan was 11-12 down in that opening game, she's now won 15 of 16 points.
She needed that. She needed to break that run of points. A little bit lucky with the net cord.
Well, that was slightly worrying, the way Wang Yihan was so slow to recover from that deep lunge position, I thought, Ian.
Yeah, it's that deep forehand side, isn't it? She looks a little bit tentative with this knee niggle she's been carrying for a while now.
Yeah, he picked that up in the China League last year.
Yeah, that's good play though. Again, just the intensity too much for Ji-hyun there.
Wang Yihan enjoying her 5th spell at #1 in the world. First achieved that status in September 2009. Oof, that's well recovered.
Yeah, same again, not wanting to keep the weight too long on that right leg. A little lack of confidence. Certainly, I think if I was in the Korean to use that diagonal, forcing Wang Yihan deep into that backhand corner, then trying to cut short to that forehand side.
You're right about the drift. There's definitely, as we look down on the court, the drift is going from left to right. There's another example of it.
Yeah, you've got to give yourself a good margin for error playing down that right-hand side of the court as we're looking. Shuttle drifting quite dramatically when it's losing speed.
Really played herself into trouble there. Wang Yihan going for the cross court, but Sung Ji-hyun was absolutely waiting for it. Just missed it.
Yeah, right shot. Just missed on execution there. It's good space. Managed to intercept the shuttle early.
Service over. 6-9.
Key taking it early at the net. Wang Yihan got the options. Just held and flicked quite on in the match, and there just that delicate little net shot. Opponent not even reacting to it. Well, there's the hold and flick that time. Sung Ji-hyun doesn't like the call, look towards the umpire, look towards her coach.
Certainly first impression was I felt it was going to drift long. Just have the feeling both of them are struggling a little bit with the conditions, Jill. Certainly talking to some of the players yesterday when they'd practiced in the hall, nobody was mentioning a side drift, but it's very marked today, I think.
Yeah. Also ought to mention the fact that it's very cold conditions here for the players. You and I are sitting with our coats on here.
I was going to say, it's not just for the players.
But that does affect play, doesn't it?
It does.
Quite dramatically.
Yes, it does, and certainly shuttles are not flying very quick. And with the side drift as well, it becomes very awkward for the players.
So the 5-point advantage, mid-game interval.
Play.
with the world number one. Oh, good reactions.
Yeah, a little lucky off the frame, I think, but as you say, great reactions to get a racket to the shuttle. Yeah, better patience there from Ji-hyun, working Wang Yihan around the court.
Yeah, seemed to have control of the front of the court especially, didn't she, in that last rally?
Yeah, Wang Yihan going through one of those periods, isn't she, Joe, where she wants to force. Just looks like she wants to get on with it at the moment. Not lost a little bit of patience, not playing the rallies out, and trading shots with Ji-hyun's a little bit dangerous. She's a dangerous player. She's got a lot of winning shots herself. Just needs to go back to a more patient game.
Missed it. Well, as the rally was in progress, I thought she's just proving your point, Ian, but she was more patient throughout most of that rally. But
yeah, more patient, but just lacking a little bit of pace in the rally. It was quite passive what she was doing, wasn't it? It's gone from attacking to defending rather than try and keep the rhythm in the rallies, but with a little bit of margin for error, but keep her opponent moving around the court quickly. That's what she did so well in the second half of the first game.
Missed another one. Well,
yeah.
This is a run of 5 straight points for Sung Ji-hyun.
Yeah, never really in position to play that shot. Just ran out of patience during the rally. You could almost see it coming, couldn't you? That she was going to try something. Off balance, shuttle behind the shoulder, trying to hit a winning cross-court slice. Very difficult.
It's always a fine balance, though, isn't it, Ian? Because I mean, I'm a great believer that one of the reasons why Wang Yihan is the world number one, one of the reasons she is world champion, is because she does have this variety overhead, and she also has the willingness to go for something a little bit different on court, which, of course, when it's working, we all sing her praises. But when it's not working, when she's making a couple of errors, we're screaming at her to be a little more patient in her play.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want her to play passively. I wouldn't like to see her playing passively, but just to keep some tempo in the clears, keep the rhythm high, because I think that's when she plays at her best.
Yeah.
When she plays at a slow rhythm, she gets nerve-wracking, even if it needs rhythm in the game to play well. And just at times here, she's let the rhythm go too slow, then she makes mistakes.
Yeah.
And then she forces, and then she goes for too much, and it's getting the balance right. When she gets the balance right, I think she's almost unbeatable at the moment.
Yeah.
But she just sometimes just loses that rhythm.
Is that something that comes with more experience, or is that a mental thing, do you think?
I think you'd have to say with Wang Yihan, it's probably a mental balance, I would say. And I'm sure she'll get better with experience. But there are times when she feels she wants to play very aggressively, and then if that's not working, she then tends to go to a game that's too passive, and she gets caught in between the two. It's just drifted out again. When there's no pace on the shuttle seems to almost dive to the right at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Playing slow to this right-hand side of the court. It's very dangerous at the moment.
Oh, that's delightful.
Yeah, that's a great shot. Not a great return of serve, though. Nice to the sideline, no great angle. Ji-hyun able to just take one step out to the side, intercept, and use the quick switch of direction.
So having twice been 6 points adrift in this second game, now back level. 14 all.
And that's very short. Off balance in that round the head corner. If there is a weakness, that's the corner, isn't it, with Wang Yihan? When you can force her quickly into playing around the head there. It's a very short clear, well dealt with by Ji-hyun. Just a little bit short there, desperate to try and get the shuttle quickly into that round the head corner. But Wang Yihan had read it. This time she was in good position and able to use her power and reach to bring the shuttle down across the court. Again, it's that quick push into that deep backhand corner, forcing the short reply. Good smash down the centre to finish.
Crucial rallies coming up. Well,
it's the mistake from that deep backhand corner again, isn't it? Not giving herself a margin with the drift down the line.
well, at the start of this second game, when Wang Yihan raced to that 5-love lead, I thought that really Ji-hyun was perhaps out of it, but I talked about mental discipline, mental toughness, and my goodness, she's responded well. Just 3 points away from sending this to a third and deciding game.
And good pressure there once she got the attack, was able to maintain it.
60.
Just showing signs maybe of the confidence she's gained from last week's result. She's stuck with the task here. Wang Yihan guilty of making one or two errors which have helped her cause, but she's stuck in there and she's getting the reward now.
Yeah, well, it's only once previously of their 4 previous meetings has it gone the full distance. That was the first time these two players met. Semi-final of the Korean Open. Oh, she's pushed it wide.
Yeah, same
Would
again.
you believe it? 4 game points now to Sung Ji-hyun. Going wide, and indeed it is 1 game apiece. What a wonderful comeback from Sung Ji-hyun. 1 game all confirms the umpire. 21-16 and 42 minutes of play.
Well, you said it at the end of the first game, we were questioning whether Sung Ji-hyun was showing tiredness after the tournament she played last week. You have to say she's shown great mental strength there in that second game. She got a bad start, she had every reason for the head to go down, but she didn't, she stuck with it. And she got the reward. And this is wide open now because there was a definite loss of confidence in that second part of that second game there from Wang Yihan. Completely lost her way tactically. Started to hit shuttles out with the drift, the side drift. Really lost her focus.
First ever Olympic champion in the men's doubles discipline. And he's getting very animated, isn't he, with the way he's talking to his player.
Yeah, well, I think he feels there's a real chance here. He's seen the dip in form of Wang Yihan. He'll know throughout the year that Wang Yihan is a confidence player when her confidence goes. Tactically, she sometimes struggles. I'm sure he's saying that the first 5 or 6 points here are crucial to keep the pressure on Wang Yihan, not let Wang Yihan dictate.
So 3rd and deciding game. Pushed it long. Well, there's no doubting this player's capabilities because already this year she's had victories over Wang Xin, Jiang Yangjiao and Wang Shoshian. This is the only one of the top 4 Chinese players that she's yet to record a victory against.
It's a good quality rally.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, Kim there, urging his player on. He knows how important these first few points are. She played with good intensity and good patience there, keeping the pressure on a Chinese opponent. got to be well out the back.
Reassuring nod there from Ning.
Again, the key is there, Wang Yihan able to move forward so quickly, using all of her reach to take the shuttle really early, as we can see there. Yeah, good pressure up that side of the court again. Forcing Wang Yihan to take the shuttle on the backhand side in that deep corner. And the mistake came.
Real opportunity.
Yeah, you can see Wang Yihan urging herself on there. She's took a risk there, tried to play a flatter, quicker rally just to get some rhythm into the game.
Oh,
well, that's well, just having said that, that's a really poor shot. She must know there's a big side drift there now. As soon as you play the high clear up that side of the court, the shuttle's just going to get carried away to the right. A little bit lucky. It was a little bit tentative, I felt. It's quite short. Korean had the chance to attack, but Wang Yihan wins it with the net cord.
Crowd trying to lift Wang Yihan. Back into the lead, the world champion.
Wang Yihan really taking her time at the moment. Yeah, getting a little warning there from the umpire.
Well, talked a lot about the sideways drift, but there's most definitely a lengthways drift as well. Oh my goodness.
Wow, super defense from Ji-hyun early on in that rally. Wang Yihan had 4 or 5 really good attacking shots, able to stay in the rally. And eventually created her own attacking opportunity. A little bit lucky with the finish, bit of a miss hit.
Oh, it's called good.
Just when you think she's getting going, just an error of judgment. And they're back all square.
Superb. Lovely smash.
Yeah, Ji-hyun trying to get the shuttle quickly into that rear court backhand corner, but Wang Yihan read the play, was able to intercept the shuttle early, using the space straight down the line.
It's drifted wide as well. Urging herself on. There's another one drifting wide. You'd think by now the players will have realised that drift and would have made adjustments.
Yeah, they're both still struggling with it, aren't they? And it's when the shuttle's losing speed, it goes very quickly, it dives away to the right-hand side.
Good aggression from Wang Yihan, and on a run of 5 straight points from 6-all. The 5-point advantage as the players change ends in this deciding game.
Yeah, no great winning shots from Wang Yihan in the second part. Last 5 or 6 points there, but what she did get was good intensity. She managed to play with a little bit of margin, keep the shuttle on the court, but put a bit of pace into the rallies. And that suits her a lot more.
What did you make of that? More better reactions to when you see your opponent is about to hit the shuttle, explosive movement? He seemed to be, or was he trying to say, look, you've got to look for the angles?
I think he's just trying to basically just get her moving a little bit quicker.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
He knows how much she's played last week. I think it's more motivational than tactical at the moment, just to keep her legs driving. Wang Yihan's made a lot of mistakes during this game. She's got to stick in there, but she's got to match the intensity and match the the pace of Wang Yihan. Yeah, and there's another example. It's a poor mistake. Easily behind the shuttle. Physically no problem, got behind the shuttle, but poor racket work really to drag that down into the net. Better control.
It's just about perfect. Yeah, even affords herself a little nod of approval. My goodness.
That's gone a long way. I mean, we're sitting right behind that, and as she hit that, it almost went right off her racket. Started to go to the right-hand side.
For the other two players in this group, Group A of the women's singles, battling it out on the adjoining court. Ji-hyun from Germany against Tina Baun of Denmark.
You can't play the slow block when you're taking it as late as that. The straight block isn't on from that side. As soon as the shuttle loses pace, it's going to drift out to the right-hand side. Needs to be bringing that into the middle, and that's what she's shadowing afterwards. Good pressure.
Yeah.
Went for the more aggressive return of serve, followed it in, got the weak reply. Didn't take any chances, went to the centre of the court to finish the rally.
Slightly concerning to me, though, Ian, the fact that Wang Yihan, I don't know if we're going to see it, but as the smash went down, she raised her arm in the air as if to signal to the line judge that she thought it was long of the back line. I didn't think it was even close.
No, it's just a bad habit a lot of players have got into. Nice to see Ji-hyun learning from her mistakes there. This time when the shuttle came down quickly to that forehand side, she brought the shuttle into the centre of the court, changed the direction, didn't play the straight block and won the point.
Using her height so well there, Wang Yihan, bringing the shuttle down so steeply.
Yeah, the clear just a little bit too flat, and we can see there Wang Yihan able to intercept the shuttle maybe 2 metres up the court. That makes the difference.
Oh, must have changed her.
Well, I think she was looking to play it down the line out of habit, and then sort of the drift came into her head, and she tried to adjust the shot and the direction a little bit, and completely messed it up. Oh, that's a nice angle. Couldn't try and force that one. Again, it's the early interception using a reach. Gonna see it here. Intercepts the shuttle early, jumps. Doesn't try and hit it hard, just tries to bring it down on the angle. A Opponent no chance.
Clock just ticked over the hour mark. Oh, that is wonderful play from Sung Ji-hyun.
That's a great rally. Wang Yihan showing great reflexes in defence there. But eventually Ji-hyun able to get through with a lovely sliced finish there. Straight drop.
Yeah, wonderful disguise. Coupled with accuracy. Landed in. Came back in with the drift.
Yeah, Ji-hyun there hitting into the wind. Shuttle coming back, holding on it, and just deceiving Wang Yihan. Super rally again, well constructed.
Very much able to stand her ground at the front of the court.
Yeah, nice touch, good racket work. That's a big point.
Now just the one.
Yeah, and again Wang Yihan there. When she loses confidence, she just tries to attack a little bit too much. Every shot there, she was trying to force the play. It means that her opponent's only playing on a very small court there.
Oh, that time it was perfect. My goodness me.
Well, you feel she needed that. That's her nature. She wanted to be aggressive, and this time she found the line. Clearly, tactically, it's the safer line to play to, though, hitting into the draft.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. What a rally. It's going wide.
Well, that's a fantastic rally from both players there. You have to admire the courage of this young Korean girl. She must be jaded from last week's effort. She's really digging deep here. She's able to deal with everything Wang Yihan could throw at her there.
Just 1 point the deficit. (18-19). Missed it. It is 19 all. Wow, what an encounter this has been. Well, I don't think I've ever seen Chen Long look as nervous as that when she was on court. Certainly now as coach, looking very concerned indeed. Straight slice again. What a rally. Unbelievable.
Wow, fantastic.
Incredible. Well, it was all about who had the patience in that rally. This is extraordinary. 6 of the last 7 points have gone in favour of the youngster from Korea. Look at that wonderful angle. She's played the slice so well throughout this match. And now, on a run of 3 straight points, she finds herself at match point. Yeah, breathing heavily. That's understandable. Missed it. She records her first ever victory over the current world number one, Wang Yihan. Sung Ji-hyun. What a match she's played. 6-11 down in this deciding game. Fought her way back. 14-18 down as well. Absolutely extraordinary. 7 of the next 8 points, and victory is hers. Incredible match. An hour and 12 minutes. 13-21, 21-16, 21-19 in the deciding game in an absolute thriller. What an absolutely terrific opening match here at the Li-Ning BWF World Superseries Finals for 2011. And my goodness, if all our matches go like that, we're in for a thrilling week. Well, of course, the next match on court will be mixed doubles. Following that, we'll have men's singles and then women's doubles, and men's doubles will be our last match in this afternoon session. As you can see, just 2 show courts here for the Super Series finals. 2 sessions a day. So the public address announces our next match onto court. Fischer Nielsen and Christina Pedersen of Denmark. There they are, up against the pair from Thailand, Suket Prakamol and Sarali Thongtongkam. Veteran Thai pair. Well, in fact, Christina Pedersen is the only player on court not in their 30s. 25 years of age to be precise. Christina Pedersen, she's going to be a busy lady this week because she's also in the women's doubles. She's playing women's doubles with the tall left-hander Camilla Hirata. So the Thailand pair, number 6 in the world rankings and number 6 on the Super Series rankings. Played 10 of the 12 Super Series events this year. Missed the China Masters and Hong Kong. Missed the Hong Kong because they were busy at the Southeast Asian Games. Southeast Asian Games, where they won a silver medal in the mixed doubles, losing out to Tantowi Ahmad and Liliana Natsir of Indonesia in that final in Jakarta. So the tall left-hander, Fischer Nielsen, 33 years of age. partner from Aalborg in Denmark, 25. She's a tall lady. 178, that's about 5'10". Super Series ranking of 2 for the Danes. Missed just one Super Series event this year. That was India Super Series. First year that India has had a Super Series event. Now, of course, this Danish combination 2 years ago were winners of the Super Series Finals. There's confirmation of their world ranking. I can tell you they are the number 2 seeds by virtue of the fact that they were number 2 on the Super Series ranking at the end of the year. 43 and 11 translates into 6 finals this year, including 3 titles. But they really have been on the most remarkable run. 5 consecutive finals in 5 tournaments played, the last 5 the Danes. So we know they're in good form. Of course, they won 2 Super Series events back to back. The Danish Open, incidentally winning the Danish Open for the 3rd time, and then a week later winning the French Open. There's Sara Lee Thongthongkam, 32 years of age, and Sukhit Praprakkamal. Always an interesting player to watch, Sukhit. Never quite know what you're going to get with Sukhit, do you, Ian?
Well, I think that's the interesting part of this match, really. I mean, on his day, and he's proved it many times over the years, he can compete with anybody in the world and beat anybody in the world. But this year they've been so up and down, this Thailand pair has been incredible.
Yeah.
You just don't know what to expect, so that's the first thing to look out for, I think, in this match.
Yeah, because of course Sukhit Praprakkamal and Sara Lee Thongthongkam met the 2010 Super Series Finals, reached the final, lost out to the now world champions Zhang Nan and Zhao Yunlei, and of course they also reached the final of the All England Championships as well. So
That's quite stunning, actually.
yeah. I remember the Danes, of course, playing against the other top Thailand pair on many occasions. Sompon Nanu Greteawan and Kunchela Vorovici Chaikul. Oh, that's nice reading of the game from Sara Lee.
Again, there's Sara Lee. That you said it, Jill. She is a great reader of the game. When Sukhit's providing some speed and pace around the rear court, she's a very, very tricky player to play against. The problem for her this year has been that form from behind has been a little bit inconsistent.
Yeah. just missed it.
So look, it was a nice little set play, the cross smash from Sudket and Sara Lee lining up on the straight. Just missed it. That's a shocking shot from Sudket. You'd have to say his partner had nowhere to go there. She was always going to take the full brunt of that, I'm afraid.
It's just a lovely little block there from Sara Lee. And in fact, between these two pairs, they have 3 bronze medals from World Championships in mixed doubles. Pair from Thailand, twice bronze medalists, 2005 and 2006.
Yeah, 2006, a match point to go to the final as well.
That's right, against Nathan Robertson and Gail Ems. I think you were coaching that one,
I remember it well.
And of course, the Thailand pair were seeded in this year's World Championships, number 3 seeds, and they lost in the first round. It's been a bit scrappy so far. Has that been harsh, or is that fair?
No, I think that's fair. No real tactics evolving so far.
Possibly because they don't know each other's styles, whilst they will have seen each other play many times before.
Yeah.
When you get onto court against a pair you've never played before, it's always sometimes just takes a little while to settle into it.
Yeah, it's amazing. They'll both feel as though they know each other's games really well, but they've never actually been out there. I have to say, so far, Sudket's been very happy to sort of lift the shuttle from mid-court, and that means his partner's working away into the net and then having to retreat away from the net, and she's getting caught on defence all the time, having to come away from the net, retreating. That's not a good sign. When Sudket's playing well, he takes the shuttle early on the mid-court and has a really good touch with blocks and little touches into space. He's not showing that so far. And there's that favourite tactic of theirs, quite classic. Opportunity to smash comes up, he hits cross, and his partner's ready on the straight interception.
He's very quick back to that flick serve. Is Joachim Fischer.
Yeah, prides himself on being difficult to serve to. Likes to attack the short serve, but as you say, he's very agile to get behind the flicks as well.
Oh my goodness, where did that come from?
That's what he can do.
Yeah.
You know, several times he's had much easier shots than that, and he's just lifted. And here he's in all sorts of trouble and finds the perfect cross block.
Extraordinary shot.
Yeah, good defence from Christina there. Although she's backing off the net, she had kept her racket in front of her, was able to react to the shuttle, just deviate the shuttle across.
that she and her partner, York and Fischer, have the advantage at the mid-game interval. 3-point advantage to be precise. Well, the Thailand pair have been as high as 2 this year in the world rankings. In fact, they've spent a total of 23 weeks at number 2 in the world rankings, which makes it even more extraordinary, the fact that they can lose 4 first-round matches in tournaments this year.
Yep.
Short. Yeah, even the trickery of Suket Prakramal will get them out of difficulty. And the back shot.
Yeah, problem stemmed from earlier in the rally again, just giving the lift away a little bit too easily. They need to compete for the net in the mid-court situations. Can't afford to be lifting against this Danish pair. They're too well organised in attack.
Just putting enough pace on the shuttle to make it very awkward for Sara Lee, forcing her into error. There's the little push from Christina Pedersen. Nice angle. Just taking a little bit of pace off the attack there and hitting space rather than trying to hit onto the body. Nice drop there, and then the change of direction and change of pace. Yeah, it's a lovely angle.
Pedersen just a little bit flat-footed there in defence.
Ambitious. Captain in the Air Forces, Sara Lee. Oh yes, clever play. Forcing Pedersen to the back of the court, then bringing her forward.
Yeah, and I think that if there is still a weakness in Pedersen's game, it is mobility and agility. When you hit 2 and now, she's improved her racket work a lot, particularly in defence. But when you can keep her moving, there are still some question marks, I think.
Well, this is a run of 4 straight points, and it really has brought the Thailand pair back into serious contention in this opening game.
Yes, okay, just to me, just seems as though he's lost a little bit of penetration with his attacking play.
Interesting that Camilla Rutiyul sitting on the coach's bench, because of course on the adjoining court is another Danish player, Peter Gader. Incidentally, it's Peter Gader's birthday today.
Yeah, well, Camilla, she knows a little bit about mixed.
Former world champion 2 years ago in Hyderabad. But her partner's been struggling a lot with injuries of late, and therefore they haven't qualified.
Yeah, just signs in the last couple of tournaments that they're coming back into form.
Yeah.
Which is nice to see. Again, no real penetration from Sudka in attack. That makes it difficult for his partner to get into good position on the forecourt.
There's the drift coming into play. We saw that extensively in the women's singles. And presumably these mixed doubles players won't have been watching that women's singles at all. They'll have been out of the arena floor. They will have been warming up, stretching.
Yeah, I think they'll have got the word from the coaches. Coaches will have been watching the conditions for them, just giving them a heads up as to what's happening out in the arena. But it'll always take you one or two points to pick up on that, get the sensation.
Yeah, and just get to understand what a significant drift it is. Oh my goodness, that sat on the top of the net. Had a little look, decided in the end it didn't want to go over.
Yeah, but again, it's not a great shot, cross drive. Christina, we'll see here, was in perfect position to take it, even if it had come over. It's high on the court, crouch defence. Yeah, and there's just been the odd little burst from the Thailand pair, but just struggling to match the Danish intensity at the moment. Too inconsistent.
Well, there are the world champions in the mixed doubles, carefully watching this, along with two of their coaches. Oh, it's clever play from Christina Pedersen. And the Danes have earned themselves 6 game points.
Yeah, again, off balance and playing across court though. Asking for trouble, I'm afraid. Opened up his own court.
This time they convert the second opportunity, and the number 2 seeds Fischer Nielsen and Christina Pedersen. 21-15 confirms the umpire. 15 minutes of play. So the Danes, we have confirmation of the score in that opening game, 21-15.
Yeah, first game, although the Danes not playing to the level we've seen them over the last few weeks, they've managed to keep the intensity quite high, made too many errors, whereas the Thailand player, there's been the odd flash of brilliance, but too many mistakes, too many poor choice of shot. The Danes have done more than enough to win that first game. Yeah, and I think the talk will all be about that there is a lot of space. They can take the attack quite comfortably, don't have to force the play. Thailand pair at the moment happy to give the attack. Joachim hitting his usual good angles from the rear court, doesn't have to force too much at the moment. Just needs to play a nice solid game.
A little more urgency in that rally from the Thailand pair.
Well, they certainly need it, but they need to play with that intensity all the way through the set to have a chance here. There were too many lulls in that first game where they gave the lift away a little bit too easily and just relaxed, and there we see it again.
I have to be honest though, Ian, I'm not sure I've ever seen the Thailand pair play with the sort of intensity that we often see from this Danish pair throughout the entirety of a match, and that somehow is just their style.
It is, but the problem, Sudket seems to have lost a little bit of penetration with his attack and just a little bit of speed, and so that inability to keep his concentration is hurting them a lot more now.
Yes.
So they're just not getting into position there.
Yeah, and also his body language often to me is, well, I don't really know how to describe it. I mean, sometimes he looks as if he hasn't a care in the world, but you know he does care. I've spoken to him about it. He desperately cares, but he just doesn't look as if he does when he's on court. Oh, the luck of the net cord with the Danes.
Yeah, but again, Sudket guilty of hitting onto the Danish girl there. Christina taking one step off on cross, waiting for this cross drive. And there it was. Beautifully placed, beautifully read.
Yeah, you create your own luck. That's clever placement of the smash. It does tend to be a little bit committed, doesn't she, Christina Pedersen, when she's defending?
She does, and it's interesting that it's Sara Lee that a couple of times has got through, whereas Sudket's tried to hit hard onto the defence, tried to use power. Sara Lee's little sort of placement smashes have been more effective.
Clever.
Again, Sudket guilty of hitting onto the defence.
Good rally. Oh! Well, this time the shuttle sat on the top of the net and fell back. The Thailand side.
Yeah, Sudket there had 2 or 3 chances though, didn't he? He'd got Christina Pedersen on the straight. It had just hit out of her defensive zone.
Pushed it wide. Sompol. He was a fine men's singles player, wasn't he?
He was a tough competitor.
Yeah. Well, they managed to turn the rally around. Got a hit in the ear, I think, there. Christina Pedersen. Sudket quick to apologise. But, you know, the start of the rally, Ian, serving to Sudket. Sudket lets the shuttle drop and lifts it. In mixed doubles, you have to really assume that the man is going to put pressure on the low serve and really try and attack from the onset of the rally.
Yeah, it means that Sara Lee just doesn't get into an aggressive position, and where she's so good is reading the game on that front court. But if Sudket's not putting the pressure on, she doesn't get into those positions.
Used to be a very good women's doubles player too, didn't Sara Lee? Just concentrating for the last few years on her mixed doubles. Just overdone it, taken with the drift.
Yeah, again this year she's occasionally played ladies doubles, and she still looks very good at ladies doubles.
Yeah.
In the team event in the Southeast Asia Games, in the ladies team event, she played doubles very effectively, picked up a couple of important points for them.
Error on the return of serve.
Sara Lee in the rear court, providing good variety, mixing the attack up, creating a chance for a partner in the front court.
Yeah, that was a prime example of Christina Pedersen getting tangled up on her defence.
Yeah, desperate to take it on the backhand side there. Being forced further and further wide to get into the backhand stance. Joachim's forehand side. Realised that Sara Lee was pushing up the court in defence and just hit angle rather than pace. Quick thinking. Again, it's the lift return of serve. Can't do that in mixed doubles at this level.
No, and even after the lift return of serve, he seemed to back so far into court, and look at the casual defence.
Yeah, very passive.
Well, I'm sure the Danes will take full advantage of that. Certainly with their 4-point advantage at the mid-game interval, having taken the first.
Ja.
Bare lige sådan, at du
Jeg
lige
synes
viser,
helt også, de kommer hurtigt, når jeg spiller den bløde fra baglinjen.
Ja, det er også derfor.
Hurtigt, ja.
Du må så gerne lige snakke lidt
Bare
om,
du
ikke
måske
spiller der måske helt kryds.
Ja, ja,
Sådan, bare hold den til dig selv.
Måske han dropper bare lige på kicket.
Ja,
Det er egentlig mest hende, der...
Ja, for han står og sover, det er hende, der vil spille jo.
Ja, og turneringen, hvis I spiller den ned til ham, så ligger han den bare væk.
Ja, han ved ikke rigtig noget.
Nej, det er i hvert fald lidt farligt, hun får fat i den.
Did you get any of that, Ian?
Couldn't hear too much. They were talking a lot about Sudket rather than Sara Lee there. They'll be looking to keep the pressure on him. He doesn't look in the mood today so far. And again, shuttle above net height in the mid-court. Can't afford to be missing that.
You know, I think what's more disappointing for me as a spectator watching him is his body language after he makes an error. It's you know, and as I said earlier on, I've spoken to him about it, and he said, Jill, this is just the way I am. It's, of course I care, of course it bothers me when I make an error, but it just doesn't appear to us that it does.
Yeah.
That's clever. Good clear.
Yeah, very often with younger players, you find this type of thing where when things are going badly, they take on this sort of nonchalant attitude where they want to make out they don't care.
Yeah.
When really it's just hiding the fact they do care.
Yes.
But I have to say it's quite unusual with experienced players to see that.
Mm. (13-7). Can't afford to lift short this man. Yorkham Fischer, very efficient with his angled smashes.
Well, I think Sudket's got a point here. I mean, Christina kept him waiting a long time with that serve. He's got every right to put his hand up if he feels he's going off balance after that period of time. That was a bit harsh to get a talking to there. But he's really not been able to deal with Christina Pedersen's service at all. Again, it's not a great return of serve. Didn't commit to being aggressive. No leg drive to take the shuttle early.
Well, the smash was too flat and too long, but I have to say it was the right idea. Once again, trying to aim for the right shoulder of Christina Pedersen. Good judgment, lets it drop wide. Well, this is a run of 8 straight points for a 10-point advantage. Clever serve. Surely too little, too late from the Thailand pair.
Yeah, on the evidence of the match so far, they're going to make one or two mistakes yet in this match. Yeah, that's not a great serve.
Yeah, but very well dealt with.
Good angle, yeah, got behind it. Or rather didn't quite get behind it, but used the hand very well to bring the shuttle down steeply.
Yeah. Three points from victory. World number threes. Oh. Well, there was a defensive shot there from Joachim Fischer. Absolutely superb.
Yeah, took it out from behind himself.
Yeah, sadly we're not going to see it, but absolutely extraordinary racket head control.
Well, you have to say why now. Sudket, that's the two most aggressive points he's played in the match. Thoroughly able to take the attack. And he steps forward onto that, doesn't let the shuttle come to him as he's been doing so often in this game. Makes all the difference, takes it early, beats the defence.
Oh, that's brilliantly taken from Sara Lee.
Again, Sudket plays the block this time rather than lifting cross. That allows his partner to move forward. And she obliges beautifully at the net.
Yeah, because she is a terrific front court player.
She's a great net player. Reads the game well. Technically very sound.
Five straight points. Surely they couldn't come back. Well, you never know.
You don't. You'd have to say there's going to be a mistake some stage, though, the way this match has gone.
Well, this mistake is from the Danish racket. Very expressive on court is Joachim Fischer. Oh, finds the line. Goodness me. Well, there's only 2 points in it now. A run of 7 straight points.
That's a great smash.
Yeah, superb. Absolutely on the line. Good serve. Well, well, well. Yeah, and this McDane's a little bit nervous. This run of 8 straight points by their opponents. Oh, my goodness. Well, Dane's just asking for a moment to towel down. Slightly surprised the umpire allowing that. Well, crucial point.
Well, she's served very well in this match so far.
And a yell of delight from Jochen Fischer.
Again, didn't try to hit hard, just made sure she brought the shuttle down. Got it underneath the racket of Sara Lee there.
3 match points. First time of asking. 21-15, 21-17. And the Danes doing enough. But my goodness, if the pair from Thailand had played like that from the onset of the match, we could have had a thriller there, instead of which, until the very end, when the Thailand pair appeared to be catching back up, it was all a little one-sided. Confirmation of the score, 21-15, 21-17. So that's 2 of our 5 matches in this afternoon's session have been completed. Next match on court will be men's singles. Following that, we'll have women's doubles and the outstanding players of 2011, Wang, Xiaoli and Yuyan. They'll be on court against Poon and Si from Hong Kong. And then the last of our matches, men's doubles. World Championships silver medalists Go and Yu from Korea up against Hashimoto and Hirata of Japan. There's a little buzz of anticipation around the stadium here, because the next match on our court is men's singles, and it features the number 2 seed Chen Long up against his teammate, the world and Olympic champion Lin Dan. So the men's singles encounter from Group B. Lin Dan, the reigning world and Olympic champion, the left-hander, up against the number 2 seed, Chen Long. Now, of course, Lin Dan in the world rankings is number 2, but number 3 in the Super Series rankings. And it's the opposite way round for Chen Long, because he's number 3 in the world ranking and 2 in the Super Series ranking. So Ian, just confirm for us that the seedings for the Super Series finals are based on Super Series placings.
Yes, yes, only the 12 Super Series count for the seeding in this event. And certainly Lin Dan, that raise in his world ranking in the last few weeks reflects his form, certainly. He's certainly looked almost back to his best, hasn't he, the last couple of tournaments?
Yes, he really has. In fact, he's won the last 2 tournaments, the Hong Kong and the China Super Series events. In fact, he's won 3 Super Series events this year. Because, of course, he won the first ever Premier event, the Korean Open, in January last year. So the 28-year-old from Fuzhou, which is the capital city of Fujian province. And there you can see his world ranking of 2, but seeded 3 here at the Super Series finals. The left-hander making his first appearance at the Super Series finals. His opponent, the number 2 seed Chen Long, 22 years of age, from the same province actually as his opponent. Chen Long, 5 finals this year, winning 4 of them. And he, like his opponent, winning 3 Super Series titles this year. Now this is the 4th meeting between these 2 players. And as you can see, Lin Dan has won all of their previous encounters. But the final of the China Open just a couple of weeks ago, close match it was on that occasion. Should have met each other more than 3 times though, Ian.
Yeah, Lin Dan been forced to pull out 1 or 2 tournaments this year, and a couple of those matches that he did pull out of were actually against his opponent of today. But you were saying the score was close a couple of weeks ago in the final of the China Open. I don't think the scores really reflect that match. I have to say my opinion was that Lin Dan gave a little bit of a masterclass there. When he needed points, he won them. He always looked totally in control of that match, and the young pretender got a little bit of a lesson in my view.
Greg Velacott from Australia, our umpire, and Mr. Nguyen from Vietnam, service judge. Oh, good opening rally.
Yeah, a little bit of a sparring opening rally, wasn't it? Feeling each other out, playing with margins, moving the shuttle around, getting used to the speed and the conditions in the hall.
Well, I was saying that Lin Dan making his first ever appearance here at Super Series Finals. His opponent, Chen Long, was the number 2 seed for the 2010 Super Series Finals, as indeed he is here for the 2011 Super Series Finals. Lost in the semi-final, lost out to the Dane, Peter Gader. Well, that's a good start by Chen Long, 22-year-old. Spent a total of 4 weeks at World number 2 from the 27th of October earlier this year.
That's where Lin Dan's so strong, when he's got time in the rear court. Forced into the defensive high backhand clear. Very difficult to read whether Lin Dan's going to hit straight or cross when he's got time like that. Proves the point. Last rally it was straight, this time it's cross. Chen Long completely fixed, again forced into the defensive backhand clear. Red straight, went cross. Yeah, very noticeable there, the difference. Lin Dan, when he was late in the rear court there, finding great precision and touch to the front court, not giving the attacking opportunities away to his opponent. That's what happens if you do. Chen Long's attack really is his strength. Very short preparation with the racket. Brings it down very quickly and very steeply.
overdone it. It's interesting you should say that, though, Ian, because, I mean, over the 2 or 3 years that we've been commentating on this man, quite clearly his attacking play uses his height so well. But you and I were also talking about the fact a couple of weeks ago when he was playing in the China Open in Shanghai, that how much he's improved his defensive play as well. And that's why he's gone up the world rankings, because he's become a much more complete player.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, his attack's always been good. But as you say, he's, as a young player, probably grew up a little bit too quickly. He lacked agility really around the court, couldn't get low quickly enough in defence, but they've certainly worked very, very hard on that aspect of his game, and that's led to this improvement in his ranking and his consistency.
Net shot. Oh, even better lift.
Yeah, super lift. He's in all sorts of trouble there, really. Lin Dan coming in, finding great touch, putting spin on the shuttle. Chen Long able to control the lift here. We'll see it. Lin Dan gets a lot of turn on that. See the shuttle spinning. And that's a great length lift. Lin Dan forced to play. Have a close look at it.
Perfect placement.
Yeah, tough to defend against Chen Long when he gets that rear court. This is a great angle. Look, no preparation. Really steep. Lin Dan taking it late. Forced to dive. Can't quite recover to cover the diagonal. Disappointed there. Again, he made Lin Dan late. This time he read the drop shot recovery, got in, took it early and missed it.
"46 career titles for this man. Only 15 Super Series titles though. Only. Second most successful man in Super Series history, behind Li Chongwei. Two outstanding players on court, Ian, but two very different players in their style. I mean, the dynamic explosiveness, the ability to suddenly do something quite extraordinary on court, Lin Dan, has made him into a great player, and a lot of people have talked about the fact, is he the greatest ever? I don't want to get into that debate right now, but, you know, I watched Chen Long, and he's a very solid, very consistent, very good player, but I don't see him having the same sort of ability to perhaps do quite the sort of extraordinary things that his opponent has done, both technically and as far as results are concerned.
Yeah, Chen Long's certainly the player in the at the top of the men's singles game that's improved the most over the last 12 months. I mean, he's made a dramatic improvement in his game, as we say. He's improved his defence a lot, his net play's become a lot better. And his rear court play has always been very strong. So I reserve judgment on where Chen Long will go in the future, because I think he's actually got the possibility to really challenge even Lin Dan and Li Chongwei, possibly as soon as London next year. He's improving very, very quickly. He's never going to have that all-round flair of a Lin Dan, but he's very efficient, physically very, very strong, and in the quicker halls, his attacking play can be really dominating.
Yeah. Well, I think that's, to me, the fact that he will probably never have the flair of Lin Dan doesn't put him in the same sort of star bracket. And you know, who knows what the future will hold, and whether there's going to be a changing of the guard by the natural retirement of players after Olympic Games. I mean, badminton now, the importance of the Olympics is ultimate in badminton terms. It's been a wonderful thing that badminton has become an Olympic sport, and but there is a tendency to work within the Olympiad within that 4-year period, and I think there's going to be a natural retirement and changing of the guard post-London next year.
Yeah, there is, but I think Chen Long, having said that, there are a lot of players with great flair who've never won the major titles.
Yeah, of course.
And Chen Long, to me, looks mentally a very, very tough competitor. And that, allied to his great strength and his improved agility, may mean that he goes on to be a very, very successful player at championship level. It remains to be seen. Will he ever have the great all-round flair game of Lin Dan? No, but can he win the same number of titles? Well, possibly.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. Nice change of tempo to win the point.
Of course, with two Chinese players playing against each other, no coaching staff involved, but it could not be closer at the mid-game interval. There's got to be at least 1 point in it, and that's all there is. And Ian, just explain, I mean, here we are. This is a Group B match with the number 2 and 3 seeded players. And normally in group round-robin stages, we have the highest 2 seeds playing against each other last within the group. But the rules are different in badminton when there's more than one player from the same country competing in the same group.
Yeah, there's been a change in regulations recently from BWF for group play, where when you've got players from the same country, they have to play the first match, whether they're seeded or unseeded, just to prevent any sort of teamwork on that last round of matches. Coming back to your previous point about Chen Long and his style of play, one interesting factor I think at the moment in the world game is that in ladies singles we've got a big crop of very talented young players coming through that have already broken into the top 20, been getting good Super Series results. Whereas in the men's singles, it's still very much the old guard.
Yeah.
There have not been many young players breaking through over the last 2 or 3 years in the men's singles. And that's quite interesting.
Do you have a theory as to why that's happened?
I don't. I mean, I think it's very refreshing in ladies singles at the moment that there is so much competition. We've had an era of domination of top 4 or 5 players really in the men's singles, which at the moment really doesn't look like being broken.
No, and those top 4 players, I mean, when you think that Peter Gader still in the top 4 in the world, 35 today, first world number 1 when he was 20 years of age, 15 years ago. I mean, that is remarkable to stay at the top of men's singles for such a long period of time.
Yeah, it's a sign of great professionalism. He's always looked after himself. He's never been scared of changing things. He's adapted very well to the scoring system change in the middle of that period. I mean, he's been a great professional. He'll leave a big gap when he goes.
Yeah.
So far in this match, you just have the feeling they both know each other's games so well.
Yes.
It's very much like a sparring game at the moment, neither player over-committing. Both waiting for the other one to make mistakes.
Wide.
Yep. Normally loves that straight smash from round the head. But they're just a little bit off balance, just pushed it out the side of the court. And the drift probably helped a little bit as well.
Oh my goodness. Incredible recovery.
Yeah, great athleticism there, flat out on the floor, able to get up high, hit the big smash. He's late in the rear court, look. He's late in the front court, but there he is, up so quickly. Jump smash, great precision.
He just grazed his knee there. I suppose this man's only real blip this year was the World Championships, Chen Long.
Well, and that was a shock.
Yeah, losing out in the first round when he was the number 5 seed. Losing out to Kevin Corden of Guatemala, having had 3 match points.
Well, it was an incredible match. I mean, for the spectators, it's sort of got the World Championships off to a flying start, really.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic match to watch. You'd have to say he's learnt his lesson since then, because he's been on a very solid run of form since that match.
Well, not only solid run of form, in the next 3 tournaments he played, he won all 3 of them.
Yeah, bit of a wake-up call for him maybe. But also an unfamiliar opponent, maybe caught off guard a little bit by that.
Yeah.
Kevin Corden, not a player up until that point that had played Super Series. wouldn't have been on the radar really of the Chinese coaches, and he caught them really off guard. Played a fantastic match. Get on the tempo of the game and get something out of it. I'm afraid some of their technical deficiencies in defence are really being shown up at the moment.
And just expanding on that specifically, what are the technical difficulties?
Yeah, both of them tend to set up on one-sided in defence. We see there C setting up very much forehand defence. She's been caught a couple of times having to change across. It's a little bit unlucky, went for the line. Often the way with young players, when young players learn to defend, they lack strength. Therefore, to swing the racket, they tend to become more forehand or backhand dominated. And as a coach, you're looking to change that and strengthen up that forearm as quickly as you can, so they can learn to change quickly between forehand and backhand defence. They've still got one or two, shall we say, junior habits when they're setting up in defence.
Well, the other two pairs in this group, Group A, Chen Long and Kim Min-jung from Korea, and Chen Wen-sing and Chen Yu-chin from Taipei. Super Series finals, so you don't have easy groups, do you? It's all tough matches all the way through.
No, it's very solid, and as we say, with the change in regs this year, probably the highest number of top 8 world ranked players that have ever been in the Super Series, I would suggest. Certainly the highest quality I can remember. No, first time no places have been turned down.
Yeah. Well, I think the fact that this is Lin Dan's first appearance at Super Series finals is a reflection of how the game has progressed and how the BWF rules on Super Series in general, and now with points and prize money counting towards world rankings and Olympic qualification, then of course all players absolutely desperate to play these big events.
Yeah, but certainly with Super Series finals, I think we can safely say most of the players here will be qualified for the Olympics, but at the top end they'll certainly be looking for the bigger points to try and secure seeding places, which will make such a difference going into London.
Yeah, but the point you made just a moment ago was, of course, that, you know, people who have qualified for these Super Series finals, such as this Hong Kong pair, you know, it makes a big difference towards their qualifying, and players who did qualify last year for the Super Series finals, even though they were played at the beginning of this year. You know, losing those points off their world ranking could have a very detrimental effect. So, you know, it's a big deal all the way around, which is a great thing for the sport.
I'll make one further point on that, Jill. The next time these pairs will play in a group competition of this level will be the Olympics.
Yeah.
The Olympics is going to a new format this time. It's going into group matches, and a bit of added spice for this tournament, maybe, for the players to get used to that situation, because we're not used to it in badminton. Super Series is straight knockout. All the major competitions around the world are straight knockout events. So this is another interesting sort of ingredient to this event here.
And the BWF's logic on making the Olympics round robin format?
I think it gives more quality matches for the paying public. Certainly in the Olympics, because of the restriction on the number of players rather than the size of the draw, it means that early on in the tournament, very often there are paid ticket sessions where few matches, and by going to a pool system you can assure the number of matches in the early stages.
Yeah. Oh, that's well taken. Well, it really has been one-sided, this opening game. And the world number ones, the world champions, cruising through 21-9 in just 10 minutes of play. And Ian, just picking up on that point, I also think that's great innovation to have the group system in the Olympics, because only having 16 pairs in each of the doubles, and with the regulations also in Beijing, they're having pairs and players from every continent and so on. I think that, you know, there were one or two, as you say, one-sided matches, or you know, not so many matches, and I think that it's absolutely tremendous that, you know, you've got that format now, and it will be more difficult for players to reach the latter stages, which I think Olympic competition should be a good test of ability and an ultimate test for the old athletes.
Yeah, I would go along with that. And just coming back to your point about the continental places, there's also been a standard set for the continental places for the first time, where there's a world ranking cut-off point, where if a continent hasn't got a player at a certain world ranking, above a certain world ranking, they lose that continental place.
Second game. Love all. Play.
She really is lethal at the front of the court, isn't she, Ji-hyun?
Yeah, another good example of the problems facing this young Hong Kong pair. Started the rally in the ascendancy, 3 or 4 attacking shots, weren't able to get any real penetration there, and eventually found themselves in defence themselves.
Brilliant defence from Guangxi Ali.
Same problem, C going for the big smash, but not really got the penetration or the power to get through with one shot like that. The smash was countered directly with the cross drive. Won that point, but at the moment it's almost a disadvantage when they're attacking. They're getting countered directly. Good perseverance, good defense there off the body. Managed to change the direction with the defensive shot. And there's the difference. One smash, well directed, able to penetrate the defense.
She's got a powerful hit too.
It is, it's a big smash. Zhao Li, she's a very complete player. Yihan just asking the question of the coaches, did they think it was in or out? I would suggest she was in the best position to decide that rather than them.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, she read that one. She missed it, but there was nobody home. Both the Hong Kong girls very much on the back foot there in defence, expecting the power smash. The drop would have been a clean winner. Yeah, I think the Hong Kong coach there asking them to try and put some pace into the defence, try and drive through the net player.
Oh, magnificent. Goodness me, how did she find that angle?
That was a great angle, nice control. A little bit off balance, taking the pace off. Super precision. Desperate lunge in defence there. Ambitious, I think.
I was going to say.
Probably can't blame her for trying something different in this situation. Probably feels under pressure to produce winning shots. Again, Hong Kong girls had a couple of chances at the net there, 2 chances to finish. Weren't able to do so and eventually paid the penalty.
But they're playing better in this second game.
Yeah, they're digging in, they've put a bit of pace on defence, so it's taken the the net player out a little bit. Chinese being forced to work a little bit harder for their points. Having said that, I think after that easy first game they have relaxed a little bit as well.
Beautiful drop shot.
Again, Hong Kong girls worrying about the power play, defending very deeply and getting caught by the drop shot.
Channel attack down the centre of the court, gets the net player involved.
That's good. Standing the ground on the front court, this time able to finish.
So to the mid-game interval. The world champions with the advantage once again. Ten Super Series titles since they formed their partnership last year. Plus, of course, the Super Series Finals. And all 5 Premier titles won by them this year.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Just wide.
Service over. 12, 9.
Both the Chinese players now concentrating solely on women's doubles, although both of them have been very good mixed doubles players. Yang more so than Wang Xiaoli. Wang Xiaoli, her first ever Super Series title was in mixed doubles. I think she got dropped from that partnership straight afterwards, didn't she, with Tao Xiaoming?
Yeah, well, it's hard to argue when you look at a record on ladies doubles.
Exactly.
Yang a little bit more surprising for me. She coped with 2 events going into the Olympics last time.
Yeah, and a gold and a bronze medal in her 2 events.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm afraid the Hong Kong girls have just run out of ideas here. Not the easiest match for them to start with either. First time in Super Series finals. Starting off with this match won't do their confidence any good. Coach is going to have to work hard for the next 2 matches. So they just really haven't got the attacking weapons. Although that's a good combination play. Nice channel attack. Getting the net player in, but really haven't got the penetration from the rear court to hurt this pair. And in defence, they're just technically being a little bit exposed. Game very much on the back foot, worried about the power plays. They've struggled to defend the smashes, and that means that they've taken deeper positions, and then they're vulnerable to the drop shot, change of pace. Yeah, well judged. Shuttle just drifting wide there.
Match points. Oh, goodness gracious. Shuttle getting stuck in the strings of the racket there. Broken strings. A little wry smile. 21-9, 21-11 in just 26 minutes of play. Well, good experience for the youngsters from Hong Kong, but just no match today for the world champions, Guangxi and Yihan. There's confirmation of the score, 21-9, 21-11. So just one more match to come in this afternoon's session on day 1 of the Li-Ning BWF World Superseries Finals for 2011. Part of the OSIM BWF World Superseries. Last match on is men's doubles. And it features the World Championship silver medalists Ji-hyun and Yu-Sung. They're up against the Japanese pair of Hirata Hashimoto and Norasu Hirata. So the players make their way onto court, this men's doubles encounter. The World Championship silver medalists from Korea, and their opponents, the Japanese pairing of Hashimoto and Hirata. Go Sang-hyun. Very strong physically. A 24-year-old from Busan. So Go Sang-hyun and his partner Yoo-young-sung. Number 4 in the world rankings at the moment, number 4 on the Super Series list for 2011. Missed the Indian event, did the Koreans. And then in Japan, they played with different partners. So I haven't played all the tournaments together. That was a deliberate ploy. 25-year-old Yoo-young-sung. 15-16 is pretty healthy win-loss record for the year, and that translates into 6 finals, 3 titles and 3 times beaten finalists, this Korean combination. And in fact, all 3 titles that they've won this year, including last week in Korea, Korean Grand Prix, all of them Grand Prix events, and all of them they beat their teammates in the final, Jung Jae-sung and Lee Yong-dae. So to the Japanese combination, Noriyasu Hirata, 28 years of age, and there's his partner. 25 years of age, though he's going to turn 26 on Sunday, Hirakatsu Hashimoto. Number 8 on the world rankings are the Japanese pair, but number 7 on the Super Series ranking, having participated in all 12 Super Series events. Well, this is the 5th meeting between these 2 pairs, but surprisingly the first time that they've met this year. Last time they met was in the first round of the Indonesian Super Series event last year, and it was the Japanese combination that won on that occasion. Only time they've beaten the Koreans in their 4 previous meetings. So Mr. Nguyen, our umpires, they have swapped positions for this match, our 2 court officials. First appearance at the Super Series finals for this Japanese pair. So Hirata and Hashimoto, beaten finalists at the Asian Championships in Chengdu earlier this year, up against the beaten finalists from the World Championships from earlier this year. My goodness, what a good opening rally.
Yep, both pairs setting off at high tempo, as you'd expect. Both of these pairs very aggressive. Like to put the pace on the shuttle rather than mix the pace. See a lot of flat defence in this match, I think. A lot of flat, fast defence.
Just wide.
That's a great return.
It's incredible, isn't it?
Created an angle from nothing there.
Finds the line. Now go Sung-hyun and Yu Young-sung at the 2010 Super Series Finals were the #1 seeds, but ended up third in their group. Beat Kuan Tan from Malaysia and then lost to Kai Fu from China, and also Chai Biao and Zhang Nan from China. He's quick on that serve, isn't he?
Yeah, likes to serve quick. That's good play. Saw his chance to move forward. Got in quickly, took control of the front court area. We see opportunity to take the shuttle early on the mid-court. Immediately putting pace on, hitting the back corner. Good interception. Set play there. Soft return down to the mid-court and then looking to intercept the straight reply. Good doubles.
Oh, good rally.
Yeah, good intensity, that's what we expect from the Japanese pairs. Punching the shuttle, driving their opponents off the net. Keeping the pace of the rally high. That's good again, good pressure. Working hard to take the attack. When they get it, that's a good angle, nice variety. Switching the direction of the attack. Oh, good reactions. That return of serve was a net cord. Was able to get the body out of the way, get the racket there, guide the shuttle for a winner to the rear court.
Interesting to me, Ian, that all four men on court regularly play mixed doubles as well. Just been talking in the women's doubles. Oh, service fault called. Strike above the waist, says service judge Greg Velicott. Just been talking in the women's doubles about how the top Chinese two women's doubles players are concentrating on their women's doubles, whereas here in the men's doubles, playing 2 events, and it's more physically demanding for the men when they play mixed doubles, because they tend to play more from the back of the court. So for them to play 2 events is tough going.
It is, but I mean, when you look at Super Series now, these are 4 regular Super Series level players. It's 1 match a day. It's 1 round a day. You know, in the old days, one of the days they'd have to double up and play, if they were playing 2 events, play 4 matches in a day, which is too much. But when you know the schedule is only a maximum of 1 round a day per event, I think it's possible. You know, it's possible to play 2 events and play them very effectively. So yeah, I'm with certain players are a little bit more fragile physically, or when they've played for a certain number of years, you maybe want to protect them a little bit and play 1 event. But for young players coming through, it's perfectly feasible for their development to put them in 2 events.
Not only that, I'm thinking back to obviously when you were in charge of the England team, and I remember Anthony Clark, who has recently just announced his retirement, of course highly successful in both men's doubles and mixed doubles, and he decided at one stage he wanted to concentrate on his mix with Donna Kellogg and giving all his attention to that, and actually they went through a bit of a bad period and he got himself out of the bad period by playing men's doubles again.
Yeah, it was a conscious decision. It was in the qualifying period for Beijing, and he got 1 or 2 bad draws, lost a bit of confidence, and yeah, I mean, I like the 2 events for the doubles players, I have to say.
So do I.
I really like it. You know, it's an awful lot of pressure to play 1 match a day. You build your whole day around 1 hour, and you know, if you're not in a good run of form, it's very difficult to change your fortunes.
Well, it's all very close in this opening game at the moment.
Yeah, as we suggested, a lot of flat rallies, a lot of flat play. Not a lot of defence and attack situations. The other point, coming back to your previous point, Jill, is that these players are all professional now, and they train for a minimum of 6 hours a day, and then you put them in a tournament condition and they've got 1 match a day.
Yeah.
You know, you can lose rhythm. I know you can go to the gym, but it's not the same. And also, you know, you get more time in the hall, more time with the conditions. There are an awful lot of advantages, I feel, still, particularly for the younger players, to be playing 2 events.
Yeah.
Japanese pair at the moment managing to impose the tempo on this game. Serving very well. Quick to close the court down after the service. Getting pace on as quickly as they can. Here we see it again. It's the Japanese moving forward. Getting the attack. And finishing.
I really feel they've made a breakthrough this year, and that was reflected when they won their first Super Series title, first ever Super Series title for Hashimoto and Hirata when they won in India. Clever.
Yeah, and I feel that will have been the coaching, just to 1 drive and then take the pace off. Try and use the space in front of the Japanese players rather than driving back to them.
We talked a lot a couple of weeks ago, Ian, while we were in Shanghai for the China Open Super Series event, about how slow the hall was, and I just watched that last rally. I sort of thought, crikey, you know, I've already mentioned how physically strong Go Sang-hyun is, you know, but he's struggling to get the shuttle on the floor. You think this hall and these conditions are playing just as slow as they were in Shanghai, or is it a little bit different here?
I don't think it's quite as slow as Shanghai. I think the problem in this hall at the moment is the temperature. Temperature's quite low.
Yeah.
I think the sort of dynamics of the hall don't necessarily make for a slow hall, but certainly the temperature at the moment, I would say, is having an effect.
Yeah. Very cold. Seems to be colder inside than outside.
Oh, it is, definitely. There's a few degrees difference.
Oh, good rally.
Yeah, and that's a dangerous rally from the Korean perspective, I think. They accepted to put pace on in defense, that driving game. Japanese feed off that. They enjoy that type of rally, where there's always pace on, and there again we see desperately trying to put pace on the defense. Yeah, better mix there, a little bit of change of pace from the rear court, one drop, one smash, steep angle. Eventually managed to get his partner into the game. Yeah, good play, good combination.
That's a very well placed smash from Hirata.
Yeah, it is, and it's a poor lift really. If you're going to lift from that position, lift high so you've got time to get into your defensive formation. There, the lift was a bit flat. Both the Korean players were still moving, trying to find that position when the smash arrived.
Seen a couple of fresh air shots today. Do you think that's the drift, or?
I do.
Yeah.
I think there's a big drift in this hall. As the camera looks down the court from left to right, shuttle's moving a lot. When the shuttle's losing pace, it's changing direction.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, stepped up onto that, didn't he? Stepped into the defence there.
Well, Japanese coach Masuda can't believe that that wasn't called as a double hit. Well, certainly a clash of rackets. Did you think it was a double hit?
No, I'm not sure. And to be fair, the Japanese players didn't complain too much, did they?
No.
That's a nice block.
Oh, incredible shot from Go Sang-hyun.
Very quick to get in and close the space down in the front court. Here we see him. Comes in really quick, finds a nice angle.
Yeah, very, very good control, because that was a spinning, tumbling shuttle. And the Koreans back level. close the 3-point deficit. Seventeen all.
Well, you not convinced by that call. I have to say my first instinct was it could have been wide. Good angle into the centre, reducing the options in defence. Good fight here, good fight for the attack. Eventually just finding that little short push behind the net player but in front of the rear court player. Good precision. Well, again, it's difficult. It's difficult when you're going to receive against Ko because you know he's going to serve so quickly that you hold your hand there as long as you can to make sure you're ready yourself.
Well, the error on serve, the shuttle got deflected by hitting the top of the tape. 19 all. Oh, that was a double hit, wasn't it?
That was a double hit. Well, that was definitely a double hit, I have to say.
Well,
Japanese net player jumping up, going for the interception, certainly clipped his racket.
yeah, you could hear it, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Well, we're not going to see it again, unfortunately. But immediately, you saying to the umpire, they both touched the shuttle and he was right to point that out, but...
It was a big point as well.
Yeah, my goodness. It's game point now. It's gone along the back line, and therefore the Japanese pair of Hashimoto and Hirata take the opening game 21-19. 19 minutes of play. And you have to say, they were rather fortunate there.
Tight, nervy game, isn't it, Jill?
Yeah.
That first set. Both pairs, they're very similar styles here. That's made it into quite a nervy encounter. Seeing quite a few errors. A lot of pressure on the mid-court. Talking a lot there about direction of the attack.
Hirokatsu Hashimoto and Norasu Hirata, having taken that opening game 21-19.
Yeah. I feel the onus is on the Koreans to get in and try and get control of the front court. And both wanted to stand back and use drives from the mid-court and try and dominate from that position. But I think the key to this, turning it round for them, is to get in and dominate that front court.
I do think, though, that the Japanese pair are probably one of the most underestimated world-class men's doubles pairs around over the last year. I mean, they've had victories over their Korean opponents. That wasn't in a ranking event, though. Of course, they beat them in the Indonesian Open last year, but also beat them in the Asian Games. But this Japanese pair have also beaten Kuan Tan, that was in India. Had a victory over Kido and Setiawan, the Olympic champions at the Asian Badminton Championships. They've had some very, very good results.
Well, what they're very good at is turning up and playing their level. They're a very consistent pair, and they play with very, very good intensity. If you relax a little bit against them, you know, they take points off you. You've got to match their intensity to start with to get control of the match. They haven't got tremendous weapons. They haven't got an awful lot of variety, but that intensity wins them an awful lot of matches. Yeah, and they're keeping the attack very well here, aren't they? They really, once they get in the shuttle, once they're creating the attacking opportunity in the rear court, again, that intensity and not taking a lot of risks from the rear court, just keeping the shuttle coming down, keeping the pressure on their opponents. Well, surprised his partner there, Jill. Served wide, his partner wasn't ready for it. Beaten by a simple straight reply. Yeah, and now we see an example, not quite as comfortable there with the pace off the shuttle. Mistake coming from below net height.
He's pleased with that.
Well, dug himself out of a hole there. They were deep in defence. Managed to hit 2 or 3 good drive defences. Work his way back up the court. Again, both pairs insisting on putting pace on from the mid.
got to be expecting to play the winners from the front of the court. Can't really expect to get through smashes from the back.
Yeah, good anticipation. We see him moving across, anticipating the straight drive reply. Nice use of the centre there. Well,
oh, well, they don't like the call. It's called good.
Well, I've seen those called out, I have to say. Very, very tight, though.
Yeah.
Getting pace on at every opportunity.
Oh my goodness. Yet another miss hit.
Yeah.
Completely mistimed.
He may have hurt his elbow there as well. Yeah, hardly touched the shuttle.
Oh, it hit the top of the frame. Masuda doesn't like it.
Yeah, that's better from you, getting in, taking the net position.
Yeah, he's definitely hurt himself. It appeared to be his left elbow.
I think he's actually cut it. I think he's actually grazed his elbow there. Yeah, yeah, he's asking for a plaster. I think this is a blood injury.
Yes, and the rules of international sport nowadays, all blood injuries must be treated immediately. Certainly not going to stop him playing, but does need a little plaster on that. Well, of course, while he's getting medical attention, opportunity for us, Ian, to talk about a surprising result on one of the adjoining courts in men's doubles, because Ji-hyun and Fu Haifeng, 4 times world champions, lost out to their teammates Chai Biao and Guo Zhengdong in 3 games.
Yeah, that's a surprise. They've been in great form, Fu and Kai. End of a long year, though. When you win a lot of tournaments, you play a lot of matches. Sometimes it takes its toll.
Yeah, and of course we should point out that Ji-hyun was injured and didn't participate in the quarter-final of the China Open. So it's obviously an ongoing injury problem, but I mean, he completed the match. They were beaten really quite convincingly in that deciding game. So running repairs completed.
Disappointed there, a chance to step forward, step onto the shuttle. Normally loves those situations.
this could easily go to 3 games, Ian.
Yeah, it's looking that way. It's one of those strange games, isn't it, when you get 2 pairs with a similar style. They're sort of negating each other at the moment. A lot of similar type rallies. Not great variety in the match so far, really. Not a lot of creativity around the front of the court. Certainly you'd have to say the game's there for the Japanese at the moment. Cause another upset in the men's. That'd put the pressure on in this group.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the intriguing thing, isn't it, about having these group situations.
Yeah, as we were saying earlier, obviously it gives you a second chance being in a group, but if you lose that first one, there's a lot of pressure on the next match.
How on earth did they get themselves out of trouble there? Wonderful commitment and desperation defence from Go Sung-hyun.
Yeah, all off balance. You got to feel they probably went the wrong way with the attack, the Japanese. They'd got Ko in all sorts of trouble. Switched the attack onto Yu, who was in a good defensive position. Yeah, be encouraged to get his racket up early, look for the interceptions on the forecourt. Both coaches really trying to get him going. That was probably what they were saying. Look for the third shot behind your serve, and he didn't. He was very passive. Partner had to take it late, lift it, and the rally was gone.
Oh, it's going wide.
Yeah, again, question the tactic of even trying to push through there. Took it early. Could have taken the pace off there. The Japanese would have been forced to lift from below the net. There'd have been a way they'd have had the attack and been in control.
Oh, yeah, he was ready and waiting for that.
Yeah, it's a difference though. Took the pace off the previous shot. That gave himself time to get into position. Pace was off to the mid-court. That means you can get in better position, rack it up ready, bang. In position to intercept. Yeah, pace off again, that's better. Gets the attack, wins the point.
Well, you just sense that if the Japanese pair are to win this in 2 straight games, need to close the gap right now.
Again, last few rallies the Koreans have done well. They've taken a little bit of pace off, and that's broken the game up and created attacking opportunities. There, as soon as they put the pace on defence, that really suits this Japanese pair. Very good at that game.
Well, they're doing as I suggested. They are closing the gap.
Yeah, I think the Koreans know that was a big point there. Yeah, they did just take the shuttle early and try and take the pace off. Same again. Yeah.
3 points away from a third and deciding game.
Yeah, looks as though it's going that way now. Hashimoto coming in to serve. He's not quite as quick behind the service as his partner. See what he can do this time, see if he can look for that third shot.
That was such a good return of serve, wasn't it?
Return of serve.
Pulled and flicked deep into that forehand corner. Oh, goodness me. Very good rally. And exciting the crowd, who've been a little bit subdued since the Chinese players on the adjoining court finished their match. But it means we have 3 game points now for the number 4 seeds from Korea, and the opportunity to send this to a third and deciding game. Gone long, my goodness, he was casual about leaving that.
Well, he was.
It's a lot closer than I think he thought. Was definitely long.
just not effective behind his serve, is he? That was a good serve. Just doesn't read the reply quickly enough.
One game all, 42 minutes so far. 21-18 the scoreline in that second game. The frustration from Hashimoto. One game all.
굉장히 커져버려. 뭔가 확실하면 내 마음대로 하지만 네트하고 거의 넘어오는 볼들은 툭툭툭이야, 툭툭툭. 어?
I think he's clearly saying no drives. No drives from the mid there. Get in, take the pace off a little bit. Would certainly be the message I'd be giving here. Play for space, don't hit to them.
볼이 좀 어중간해도 이거 잡을 때 항상 준비된 바닥에 볼이 떨어질 때까지는 준비가 가지고 있어요. 어? 그 이야기해.
Is it usual for Park Ju-bong not to be coaching this men's doubles pair?
No, it's been
Masuda?
No, Masuda's been on singles mainly. That's Rioni Manaki, I think.
That's right, yeah.
So Rioni Manaki's been working with these boys for a while. He's been tending to do more and more of the men's doubles matches as the years gone on. A little bit surprised that Park's maybe not out there sitting with him, which he has been for much of the year, but then again with Japan having two ladies doubles pairs qualified, maybe Park's concentrating a little bit more on that.
Yeah. So here we go, third and deciding game. It's men's doubles. The Group A match here at the Li-Ning BWF World Superseries Finals 2011.
It's a good start. That's why you don't want to play to them. Getting straight through to them on the mid-court. Pace will come on. And as we see, the Koreans will have to back away from the net position. There's the difference, getting the block in early, forcing the Japanese to hit the shuttle up in the air. Then you get the attacking opportunity and the time to bring your partner into play. Yeah, and there we see the difference. Hirata very quick onto the front court after he serves. Much more natural front court player than his partner. Yeah, nice change of direction, saw the space.
Well, Go Sung-hyun having a word with the service judge.
Asking for a double hit again. Just admit I didn't hear that one. Certainly had a case at the end of 19 all in the first.
No question.
I'm not sure about that one.
I'm not quite sure why he's asking the service judge.
Yeah, good front court play again from Hirata. Was able to create the attacking opportunity for his partner. His partner smashing down into the centre, into the channel. And that creates the opportunity for him on the front court. Bit disappointed there. Taking the shuttle on the mid-court there. That was a real chance.
Launching himself towards the shuttle there.
Yes.
Young Sung.
Yeah. Bit of a battle developing between Hirata and Yu here as to who can get on the front court. You can get control and intercept the shuttle on the front of the court. That's a long way out.
Once again, Yu Young Sung doesn't like the call, but I have to say, I thought that was the correct call.
Yeah, it was a nice change of direction.
Oh yes, that was clearly in.
Yeah, Japanese just guilty of pushing the shuttle through to the mid-court, and that gives the Japanese time to put pace on the shuttle. Koreans really need to be blocking that off or pushing and getting it below net height, but not actually hitting through to the mid-court.
Beautiful
Nice.
change of pace there from Hashimoto.
Yeah. To be expected though, he's not really a killer at the net, is he? Came in, took the pace off, found space, which was good thinking.
Oh, that is unbelievable. What a shot.
Yeah, created time for himself with the drop to the middle. His previous shot forced the defensive lift again. That gave him time to get into position and pick his spot. It was a great cross angle.
Dear, he's looking a worried man, isn't he? Kim Moon-soo. Worried and frustrated at that error. Well, Japanese pair have the advantage, 7-point advantage, as they change ends in this deciding game. And more importantly for them, they're on a run of 6 straight points.
Yeah, I'm sure it's about keeping the intensity, putting pace on when they get opportunities from the mid-court, forcing the Koreans off that net position. missed it, but it's a dangerous tactics from the Koreans, being passive in defence. Japanese had a lot of opportunities there.
Oh dear.
Yeah, they can't afford those with this scoreline.
Luck of the net cord on that occasion, though, for the Koreans. Good judgment, lets it drop long.
Yeah, again, free hit from the mid-court. Pace on straight away and well directed across the defence of the Koreans.
Oh my word! Goodness me!
Well, I don't think they were expecting that one. Lovely control, high backhand off balance.
Yeah, playing the fast drop. Extraordinary.
Oh, that's good.
Very good.
Quickly in, they're on a roll now. Korean head's just starting to go down, you feel. Passive again in that rally. Didn't get through with the attack, and then look at this. That's a poor block.
But very well taken from Hashimoto. 9-point advantage now. Not that 10-point advantage.
It's one-way traffic now.
Yes, I felt from that 5-4 scoreline in this deciding game, when they raced to the mid-game interval, I felt that little run of points just sort of set the tone and sort of lifted their spirits, the Japanese players.
Yeah, Japanese can afford to keep it simple now, just a little block return.
Oh. Seen that twice in one session.
Yeah.
Shuttle getting caught in the strings as the strings break. Match points now for the Japanese pair, 12 of them.
You choosing to take the pace off, you have to feel they needed to do that more in this game.
This time, second time of asking. And a very, very convincing deciding game by Hashimoto and Hirata. Just shy of the hour mark. This men's doubles. And the World Championship silver medalists from Korea, the number 4 seeds here, been comprehensively beaten in the deciding game. Oh, confirmation of the entire scoreline. Well, there it was just briefly. 21-19, 18-21, 21-9 in the deciding game. Well, first session on day 1 all started with women's singles and the world champion Wang Yihan up against a very much in form youngster Ji-hyun, and it was the youngster who prevailed, so disappointment for the home fans with the world champion in the women's singles. But then the Danes in the mixed doubles, who are number 2 on the Super Series ranking, number 3 in the world, on a run of 5 finals in 5 tournaments played. Well, they kept that run of good form going today against Suket Prakamol and Sara Lee Tongtongkan. 2 straight games of that match. Then we had men's singles, and the reigning world and Olympic champion Lin Dan up against his teammate Chen Long. 3 games of this encounter. 1 hour, 1 minute before Lin Dan prevailed 21-17 in the deciding game. Well, women's doubles was very, very one-sided because Wang Li and Yang just showing us why they've been in 12 finals from 12 tournaments played this year, having won the Grand Slam, all 5 Premier Super Series events. And as we've just seen in the men's doubles, 3 games and an upset here in men's doubles with the World Championship silver medalists Go and Yu going down to Hashimoto and Hirata in 3 games. Well, of course, we'll have the second session for you in just a little over 2 hours' time. We'll be back for that. But in the meantime, from Ian Wright and myself, Jill Clark, bye-bye.